Yeah, from the time they hit the 3/4 mark to here, yeah, he's all over it now. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. At this time, we ask you to please rise, remove your caps. It's time to honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Bright
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Suburban Downs at Quoin here this afternoon. 16 races, evenly balanced, 8 paces and 8 trots. Let's set the scene for everyone here today. The track is rated at fast, no allowance at this point. The partly cloudy skies, temperatures in the low 90s, a little bit of a breeze blowing today, but not enough to be a factor. And a special thank you once again to the IHHA for their sponsoring of the live streaming, which is put on by Don and Clyde at Trot and Pace Marketing. Thank you for them for providing live streaming here today. We're going to quickly go through the changes that we have at the present time, but in the meantime, we can have the horses come on out for race number 1. ICF pacing 2-year-old fillies. You can bring them out for race 1. Please note that the first 4 races are clear. In the 5th race, scratch number 7, Booyah Boo, personal. That's in race 5. Scratch the 7, Booyah Boo, personal in race 5. No changes in the 6th. Now turn to the 7th. Race 7 today, a driver change for number 1, Miss Sunshine Lady. Make that driver Travis Seekman. Travis Seekman now drives the 1, Miss Sunshine Lady, in race 7. Also in that 7th race, we have a scratch. Scratch number 6, Super Sage, personal. That's a personal scratch in race 7. Take out the 6, Super Sage. No changes in races 8 or 9. Now turn to the 10th. In the 10th race today, we do have an owner correction for reference to number 2, Searching for My Soul. The owner line should read, owned by Dave Lane and Wyatt Avenetti of Chrisman, Illinois. That's a new owner line for number 2, Searching for My Soul in race 10. New owner line should read, owned by David Lane and Wyatt Avenetti of Chrisman, Illinois. Now turn to the 11th. In race 11, a driver change for number 1, Heath Bar. Make that driver Jeremy Bobbitt. Jeremy Bobbitt now handles the lines with the 1, Heath Bar, in race 11. Race 12 is clear. Now move to the 13th. In the 13th race today, a driver change for number 6, Fox Valley Jesse. Make that driver Jeremy Bobbitt. Jeremy Bobbitt now drives number 6, Fox Valley Jesse, in the 13th race. And also in that 13th race, scratch due to transportation number 8, Noble Prize. That's a scratch in race 13. Scratch number 8, Noble Prize, out due to transportation. Now turn to race 14. In the 14th race today, a driver change for number 1, Mood Hadib. Make that driver Jeremy Bobbitt. Jeremy Bobbitt now drives number 1, Mood Hadib, in race number 14. Now turn to the 15th. In the 15th race, driver change for number 2, that's Cachet. Make that driver Juan Franco. Juan Franco now drives number 2, that's the Cachet, in race 15. And now turn to the finale, race 16. In the 16th race, we do have a driver change for number 7, Hype Your Bestie Up. Make that driver Jeremy Bobbitt. Jeremy Bobbitt now drives number 7, Hype Your Bestie Up, in race 16. And also in that 16th race, scratch number 8, RK Swift. That's personal. Scratch number 8, RK Swift, from race 16. Want to thank those on hand here today at Quoin for our second of 2 days of racing here this week. A reminder that racing will move over to Springfield next week with racing on Thursday and Friday in Springfield, Illinois. Once again, a special welcome to all those joining us throughout the nation here on live streaming courtesy of Trot and Pace Marketing. Bard area, bring them out. We're ready. Race number 1. Race 1, you can bring them out. Horses out on the track now for the first of 16 races here in Quoin this afternoon. We're going to kick it off with ICF fillies on the pace for 2-year-olds. Field of 7, including the 1, Helly Ray, owned by Shelley Graham, trained by Tom Graham Jr. and Casey Leonard between the wheels. The 2 horses, Cheesy Moose, owned by Alan Beals, trained by Gary Rath. Juan Franco will catch drive. The 3 horses, Wanda Woman, the second of the Tom Graham trainees. This one owned by Shelley Graham and trained by Tom Graham Jr. Matt Avanetti gets the call. 4 is April Sunlight, IYQ, owned by Milton Greer. Leroy Hunt trains and Corderia Stewart will do the driving. The 5 horses, Montana, Big Sky, owned by Perry Tillman along with Isaac Love, who also trains and reigns. 6 is Bombs Away Captain, owned by P and J Smith, along with B Seals and El Romano. Amanda Van Winkle trains, Travis Seekman the pilot. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Valdiona, owned by Marvin Chandler. Charles Arthur trains. In the driver's seat, Jeremy Bobbitt. Once again today, starting gate driver Stacy DeRoos, accompanied by starting gate starter Mr. Roy Finn. And they have called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7 ICF pacing 2-year-old fillies, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin. It's the first of 16, the opener. It's showtime. There they go. Often pacing except for the 7, Valdiona jumped it off right at the start. Meanwhile, Cheesy Moose drives out from the inside as they corner into that turn. That will be Wanda Woman looking to land into second. Up on the outside and looking to drive on. Now Bombs Away Captain. There to the inside, April Sunlight, IYQ. One from there, that racing next is a Montana Big Sky. Back pacing now, Valdiona. And then the one who is the trailer, that is a Helly Ray. As they pass the quarter and head up the backstretch in the first of 16 here today. Juan Franco on a catch drive. Cheesy Moose is on the motor. A 2-hole ride here for Wanda Woman. The opening quarter came up on the fast track today. 29-2. Looking it over from a third. That is a Bombs Away Captain. Now a gap of about 2.5, maybe 3. April Sunlight, IYQ. Racing next there. That is a Montana Big Sky as they approach the half. And they've just passed the half-a-mile mark. That's a Valdiona back in 6th, and now gapped about 7 or 8 lengths. Not today for Helly Ray. They went by the half in 59-3. How about a 30-1 in the second quarter as the 2-year-olds head into the far turn, the fillies, and they're still being led by Cheesy Moose, who looks to take it all the way to the opener. Right there tracking that leader. That's a Matt Avanetti with Wanda Woman. Also in with a shot here now is Bombs Away Captain for Seekman. Just 2 lengths have to make up. They're past 3/4, coming to the top of the lane. 3/4 time coming up now in 1:29-2. Out of the turn a little wide. That is with the lead here, driving on the front end. It is still, that is Cheesy Moose under a drive to the outside, trying to close the gap. Bombs Away Captain, but they're not making any progress. Back in third, Wanda Woman. From start to finish, Cheesy Moose gonna win it. Finishing the second, Bombs Away Captain. And then it was Wanda Woman who was third. Valdiona after that break early will pick up 4th. And then 5th was April Sunlight, IYQ. Winning time coming up here, Cheesy Moose, 156-4. Race 1, winner number 2, Cheesy Moose, a 2-year-old brown filly by Dragonstone. Out of the Real Desire mare, Real Parmesan. If not for a neck to victory last time out, a defeat there, this horse would be 3 for 3, all at Quoin. But this is the second win in the career of Cheesy Moose. Cheesy Moose was bred by Ed Miller of Illinois, is owned by Alan Beals, also the estate of Illinois. And Gary Rass, the winning trainer, driven to victory by Juan Franco. The official placings from the opener: Helly Ray 7th, Cheesy Moose, your race winner, Wanda Woman 3rd, April Sunlight, IYQ 5th, Montana Big Sky 6th, Bombs Away Captain wound up 2nd, Val Diona finished 4th. Recheck top down 7, 1, 3, 5, 6, 2, and 4 on the bottom. For those keeping score, here's the fractions from the opener: 29 and 2 to the quarter, the half 59 and 3. 3/4 time once again 129 and 2, and the winning time today for Cheesy Moose 156 and 4. All right, Barney, bring them out for race number 2. 2-year-olds once again. This time they're on the trot. You can bring them out, barn area. Race 2. The second race is up next. Horses out on the track now for the second race, a field of 7 two-year-old trotters lining up in here, including the one Tonator. Owned by it's a so Quandre Anders, Tom Simmons trains, and Kyle Houston will drive. 3, Shady Maple Credit, owned by 2D Racing. Dave Evanetti trains, Wyatt Evanetti drives. The 4 horse is Broadway's Legacy, owned by Darren and Georgianne Turnay, along with Michelle Blackburn. Mike Brink trains and also drives. 5 is Battleshoe Jason, owned and trained by Clay Simpson. Juan Franco looking to go back-to-back. The 6 is Luz Madison, owned by Jesse DeLong. Mike Rogers trains, Casey Leonard in the bike. And rounding out the field, the 7 is the Best Bet Betting Valor, owned by Shelley Steele, trained by Jerry Hansen. Cordarius Stewart in the driver's seat. Starters called for the horses to light up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 two-year-old trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 2, race time. There they go, up and one trotting here, and the one who made a break before the start, Lose of Madison well back. Meanwhile, as they head for the first turn from the outside, Battle Shoe Jason, but there's four of them across the track here. In between them now comes Princess Babe LRS. Tonator's there along the rail racing in second, and now Shady Maple Credit has found the rail racing in third. After the early leave, Battle Shoe Jason is going to land in a fourth with a gap of two there to Broadway's Legacy. Then Best Betting Valor, and well back here, Lose of Madison is finally back on the trot. Meanwhile, they've passed the quarter and they're heading down the backside, and that's Kyle Houston teaming up with Princess Babe LRS on the engine here. That's a Tonator right there tracking in second. A gap of two to Shady Maple Credit. Opening quarter trotted in 30-1 on a break on the backside. That off stride there went Battle Shoe Jason. So they're heading toward the half-mile mark here, and it is Princess Babe LRS who's calling the shots today. Tonator content with that pocket ride. Shady Maple Credit going along in third, 2.5 from the lead. Broadway's Legacy creeping a little bit closer in a fourth, and then a length and a half back. Best Betting Valor, and then it's back to the breakers there. Battle Shoe Jason, and not today for Lose Madison. They went by the half, 102 flat. How about a 31-4 second quarter? They're trotting into the far turn. Princess Babe LRS out of the Tom Simmons barn. He picked up 4 winners yesterday. He's looking to kick it off with one here. Princess Babe LRS continuing to pave the way. Tonator's had a dream pocket trip. Still back in third. Shady Maple Credit. The three quarters came up. 131-4. Princess Babe LRS with the lead, but they're trying to close in now. Up on the outside, here comes a Tonator with Seekman, and Tonator's collared the leader. Best Betting Valor's off on the outside looking for some money here. In between them, Shady Maple Credit down the inside. Broadway's Legacy. Tonator gonna win it. Finishing second, Shady Maple Credit. Looks like Best Betting Valor was a third, and then it was back to Princess Babe LRS and Broadway's Legacy. Tonator out of the perfect pocket trip. 201 and 3. The winner of race 2, number 1, Tonator, a 2-year-old bay gelding, a son of Southwind Chrome, from O'Ken Workington mare, Run the World. It's win number 2 in 9 career starts for Tonator, who was bred by Brian Kennedy of Kentucky. Owned and trained by Dennis Gardner of Illinois. Nicely handled and driven to victory by Travis Siekman. Winning time today, 2:01 and 3 by far. That's a brand new life mark for Toe Nader. Here's the official placings from race 2. Toe Nader, your race winner. Princess Babe LRS finished 4th. Shady Maple Credit 2nd. Broadway's Legacy wound up 5th. Battle Shoe Jason 6th. Lose Madison wound up 7th. Best Bet Betting Valor was 3rd. Recheck top down 1, 4, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 3 on the bottom. The fractions 30 and 1. The half in 102. 3/4 time 131 and 4. Once again, a new life best for Toe Nader today, 2:01 and 3. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 3. The third race is up next. Once again, continuing with 2-year-old trotters. Bring them out. Race 3 up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the third race. Trotters lining up in here, 2-year-olds, a field of 7. They include the 1, Dooleyville Refill, owned by Phil Dooley. Harold Finn trains and drives. 2 is Watch Me Zoom, owned by Shelley Steele, along with Lily Racing Stable. Jerry Hansen trains, Cordelia Stewart between the wheels. 3 is GJ's Moxie Star, owned by Aaron Martin, along with Darla Martin Lohman and Bob Lacey. Darla Martin Lohman trains and drives. 4, Zoomster, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner, Travis Seekman in the bike. The 5 is Lose of Venom, races for the Flacco family farms, trained by Roshan Trigg. Jaquavian Carter will do the driving. 6 is Chrome's Heather, owned by Ivan Hawthorne, along with I. Madej and Benita Simmons. Tom Simmons, the trainer, Casey Leonard, the driver. And rounding out the field, the 7 is She's a Baddie, owned by Craig and Kurt Grummel, along with the Chili Day Stables. Kurt Grummel trains and drives. Starters called for the Trotters to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 2-year-old trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 3, race time. There they go, often trotting and all off to a good start as they trot toward the turn from along the inside. Dooleyville Refill, but now quickly moving up. Watch Me Zoom, and Watch Me Zoom has zoomed on into the lead. Up from the outside comes Zoomster now, who lands in the pocket. A Dooleyville Refill will get away racing in third. GJ's Moxie Star has come away trotting in a fourth. A length and a half, then back to Lose of Venom. That's Chrome's Heather racing next, and then it's back there to the trailer. She's a Baddie. Past the quarter, heading up the backside. Strung out a little here, the 2-year-old trotters, but they're being led here on the front end and leading the way. That's Watch Me Zoom, and Cordelia Stewart put up an opening quarter, 29 seconds flat. And these two have got a 2-horse breakaway right now as Watch Me Zoom's got a lead of 2. That is Zoomster continuing in second. Now a gap of about 8 or 9 lengths here to Dooleyville Refill, and that now has got GJ's Moxie Star coming off the rail. Back in fifth there. Lose a Venom. Sixth is Chrome's Heather. She's a batty. Can see them all. At least 12 or 15 from the lead. They're past the half-mile mark. 58 seconds flat. Evenly rated here. Back-to-back 29 quarters. Into the far turn they go. And that is with the lead. Cordelia Stewart and Watch Me Zoom. But all of a sudden, Seekman and Zoomster getting a lot closer. 8 lengths back to GJ's Moxie Star. Not much happening back there. Now to the outside. Also moving up is Chrome's Heather. Along with then to the outside, Lose a Venom. Past 3/4 coming for home. 3/4 time, 1:27. How about a third 29 quarter? And under an all-out drive now. Watch Me Zoom. But looking to have dead aim on the leader. Zoomster. Zoomster trying to color that leader. Digging in on the inside though is Watch Me Zoom. Watch Me Zoom or Zoomster. Watch Me Zoom. They're going to go coast to win it. Finishing the second was Zoomster. It was Chrome's Heather up for third. Looks like it was Lose a Venom who was fourth. And then GJ's Moxie Star got the nickel. Winning time coming up here for Watch Me Zoom. 157 and 3. Race 3, winner number 2, Watch Me Zoom, took it coast to coast. She's a 2-year-old brown filly by Lindy's True Grit. From a Broadway Hall mare, Fashion Zoom a Lot. It's the third win in 9 career starts for the filly. Watch Me Zoom, and none faster than this one here. Watch Me Zoom was bred by the Double K Acres of Illinois. Watch Me Zoom is owned by Shelley Steele along with the Lily Racing Stable. Trained by Jerry Hansen, nicely handled and driven to victory by Cordelia Stewart. Winning time today, 1:57 and 3 by 3 full seconds. That's a brand new life mark for Watch Me Zoom. Here's the official placings from race 3. Dooleyville, Rayfield wound up 6th. Watch Me Zoom, your race winner. GJ's Moxie Star finished 5th. Zoomster 2nd. Lose a Venom wound up 4th. Chrome's Heather finished 3rd. She's a Batty wound up 7th. Recheck, top down, 6, 1, 5, 2, 4, 3, and 7 on the bottom. The fractions were 29 seconds flat. The half in 58 flat. 3/4, 1:27. Once again, a new life mark for Watch Me Zoom, 1:57 and 3. All right, barn area, let's roll along here. Bring them out for race number 4. We're going back to the pace for 2-year-old pacing fillies. Race 4, barn area, the 4th race is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the fourth race, a field of 7 two-year-old pacing fillies here, including the one Streaking at Midnight, owned by T.T. Trick, trained and driven by Clark Fairley. 2 is Trevor's the Red Hot Girl, owned by Donna Krebs, along with David Johns and Mike Brink, who also trains. Casey Leonard in the driver's seat. 3, Captain Ruthie, owned by Michael Summers, along with Roshan Trigg, who also trains. Cordelia Stewart does the driving. 4 is Caviar Santa Fe, owned by Julie Collins, trained and reined by Phil Knox. The 5 horse is Tornado Cat, owned by Benita Simmons, along with Ann Schneider. Tom Simmons trains. Wyatt Avenetti gets the call. 6, Jetting Legacy, owned by the Claude Gendreau stables. Kyle Houston trains and drives. And rounding out the field of 7, Runway Show, owned, trained, and driven by Cassidy Witten.
How's their day going?
Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 pacing 2-year-old fillies, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 4, post time. There they go, often pacing. Trevor's a red hot girl, center of the track now. Caviar Santa Fe, very far outside. Runway Show as they corner into that turn 3 high. Runway Show and Cassidy Witten intent on getting to the top, but Caviar Santa Fe's crossed over into that lead. It's Trevor's a red hot girl who came away racing in 3rd. That's Captain Ruthie getting away into 4th, a gap of 2. That's Streaking at Midnight, and then it's Tornado Cat, Jetting Legacy, the early trailer, past the quarter, heading up the backside, and Runway Shows cleared into the lead. Used some early gate speed to get there and has opened up a lead here of a 3 from Caviar Santa Fe. Opening quarter 27-4. Racing back in 3rd, about 5 lengths off the lead. That's Trevor's Red Hot Girl. 1 from there is a Captain Ruthie, a gap of 2.5. Now moving to the outside, Tornado Cat at the rail, Streaking at Midnight, and then Jetting Legacy can still see them all as they race past the half-mile mark. Runway Show leading the way here in that 2-hole trip. That's a Caviar to Santa Fe. Trevor's a red hot girl still on hold in a 3rd. And now Knox is going to pull the trigger with Caviar Santa Fe in that turn. And Caviar Santa Fe now puts a nose in front. Runway Show next. The half was reached in 57-4, so it was a 30 flat second quarter. They're racing midway through the last turn, heading to the 3/4 pole. A Caviar to Santa Fe with the lead. Now got to deal with Trevor's red hot girl and Casey Leonard inching up on the outside. Coming from a long way back, Tornado Cat's made up ground. Captain Ruthie's in with a shot on the inside. 3/4 time, 128 flat. Driving along the inside, that is with the lead here is Caviar Santa Fe. Trevor's red hot girl, far outside, Tornado Cat. And digging in on the inside is Caviar Santa Fe. Here comes Jetting Legacy from downtown at the wire. Jetting Legacy's gonna get there for Houston. Close for second. Might have been Tornado Cat or Caviar Santa Fe. It was Trevor's Red Hot Girl 4th. Looks like Captain Ruthie got the nickel in 5th, but coming from downtown, getting it done, Jetting Legacy, 157. The winner of race 4 came from worst to first in the debut for the 6, Jetting Legacy. Jetting Legacy is a 2-year-old brown filly by Major Legacy. Out of the Jeremy's Jet Mare, Jetting Around. The debut is a winning one for Jetting Legacy, a homebred, bred and owned by the Claude Gendreau Stables of Illinois. Trained and driven to victory by Kyle Houston. Winning time in the debut, establishing a mark, Jetting Legacy, 157. Here's the official placings from race 4. Streaking at Midnight, 6th. Trevor's Red Hot Girl, 4th. Captain Ruthie wound up 5th. Caviar Santa Fe, 2nd. And Tornado Cat, 3rd. Jetting Legacy, a race winner. Runway Show wound up 7th. Recheck top down, 6, 4, 5, 2, 3, 1, and 7 on the bottom. The fractions from race 4, first quarter 27-4, the half 57-4, 3 quarters and 128. And the winning time once again in the debut for Jetting Legacy, 1:57 flat. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 5. The upcoming 5th race, we're back on the trot. Race number 5 is up next in this 5th race scratch. Number 7, Booyah Boo Personal. That's in the upcoming 5th race scratch number 7, Booyah Boo from race 5. Barn area, bring them out. Race 5 up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 5th race. Do have a scratch in race 5 to report. Scratch number 7, Booyah Boo, scratched personal. Left with a field of 7 maiden trotters in here, including the 1, Lake Fork Abbey. Owned and trained by Michael Brown. Travis Seekman will do the driving. 2 is Fox Valley Cougar, owned by Jerry Graham along with J.D. Graham. Kurt Grummel trains and reins. 3, RK's Dictator, owned by MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains. Wyatt Avenetti in the driver's seat. The 4 is Lou's Little Mermaid, owned by Darren and Georgianne Turnier, along with Michelle Blackburn. Mike Brent trains. Casey Leonard will catch drive. The 5, E-Special, owned by the Irv Miller Stable, along with Geist Enterprise. Irv Miller trains. Cordelia Stewart's aboard. 6, Zamboni, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner, driven by Frank Fisher. Scratch the 7, Booyah Boo. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Fox Valley Coral, owned by Jade Hatfield, trained by Tom Simmons. Kyle Houston will do the driving. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 7, Booyah Boo scratched down to a field of 7 maidens, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 5. Post time. There they go. Often trotting. Making a break well before the start was Fox Valley Coral. Meanwhile, as a trot to the first turn from the inside, Fox Valley Cougar is driving for the lead, but on the very far outside, Zamboni's out there in the 4, now the 3 path as they race midway into the turn. Zamboni going to clear into the lead, and that's E-Special coming away second. Fox Valley Cougar landed in third, a length and a half back to Lou's Little Mermaid. Another gap of 2, Lake Fork Abbey. It's another 2 more lengths then back to RK's Dictator, and after the sluggish start, about about 5 lengths back to the trailer. That's Fox Valley Coral as they straighten out up on the backside. Maiden trotters, and they're being led here on the front end by Frank Fisher and Zamboni. Opening quarter here, 29-3 as they trot in single file fashion in the backfield. Fox Valley Coral jumped it off again, so they're headed to the half, and it is Zamboni who's continuing to pave the way, but not longer. Here comes a Corderia Stewart. He's going to pop the pocket, not happy with the tempo, and E Special going to take over. So E Special now on top from Zamboni in the 2-hole. That is a Fox Valley Cougar remaining on hold in third for Grummel. There in fourth is Lou's Little Mermaid. Half, how about a minute and 3/5, 31 flat second quarter. They're trotting into the far turn, headed toward the 3/4 pole. E Special and Corderia Stewart, the one to come after. That lead is a length and a half. Up on the outside, trying to make up a little ground. Lou's Little Mermaid. There along the inside, Zamboni. Fox Valley Cougars come off the rail in for just 3 off the lead. Another 3 more back to Arcade's Dictator and Lake Fork Abbey. The 3/4 is coming up here in 1:31-2. They're headed for home, and E Special now clinging to that lead. Here on the grandstand comes Fox Valley Cougar. Fox Valley Cougar trotting up on the outside. E Special trying to hang tough on the inside, but it's going to be Grummel and Fox Valley Cougar to win it in a hand drive. It was E Special finishing a second. Third that was Lou's Little Mermaid. Then it's close for fourth and fifth, possibly Arcade's Dictator or Lake Fork Abbey. Kurt Grummel and Fox Valley Cougar winning time here, 2 minutes flat. Race 5, winner number 2, Fox Valley Cougar, a 2-year-old bay filly by Southwind Chrome out of a Muscle Hill mare, Zeta Minx. First win in 6 career starts for Fox Valley Cougar. Bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois, owned by Jerry and J.D. Graham of Illinois, trained and driven to victory by Kurt Grummel. Winning time, 2 minutes flat, will establish a life mark for Fox Valley Cougar. Here's the official placings from the 5th race. Lake Fork Abbey finished 5th. Fox Valley Cougar, your race winner. Arcade's Dictator 4th. Lou's Little Mermaid wound up 3rd. E Special was 2nd. Zamboni finished 6th. Scratch due to personal, Booyah Boo. Fox Valley Coral was 7th. Recheck top down, it's 5-1-4, 3-2-6, scratch, 7 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 29-3, the half in a minute and 3/5. 3/4, 1:31-2. Establishing a life mark with the first win for Fox Valley Cougar. It's 2 minutes flat. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 6. We're going to continue on the trot for 2-year-olds. Bring them on out, race 6 barn area. The 6th race is up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack for race 6. 2-year-old trotters lining up in here, a field of 7. They include the 1, Instructor Bob, owned by Benita Simmons, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard will do the driving. The 2 horses, Twin Cedars O'Reilly, owned by Robert Silverberg, Jim Eaton, P. Turner, and Mary Van Boven. Jim Eaton trains, Kyle Houston aboard. 3, Jesse Hall, owned by Carolyn Wally along with Michael Perrin. Nick Prather trains, Wyatt Avanetti in the driver's seat. 4, Change the Model, owned by Shelley Steele along with Lily Racing Stable. Jerry Hansen trains, Cordarius Stewart does the driving. 5, Felicia of Sullivan, owned by P&J Smith along with El Romano and Bart Seals. Amanda Van Winkle is the trainer, Juan Franco the pilot. 6 is One More and Kick 'em Out, owned by Stephen Maddox along with Clay Simpson, who also trains and drives. And rounding out the field of 7 is Double Bonsai, owned by Dennis Gardner along with Desiree Seekman, who also trains. Travis Seekman will steer. Starters called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 2-year-old trotters all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 6. Race time. There they go. Often trotting Twin Cedars Riley from the inside. On the very far outside comes Double Bonsai as they corner into that turn. Instructor Bob is forwardly placed along the rail as they circle into that turn along the inside of 4th. That is then Jesse Hall as they settle in midway through the turn now. That's Twin Cedars O'Reilly taking the early lead. Instructor Bob came away racing in 2nd. A Double Bonsai from that outside post has landed in 3rd. A gap of 2 to Jesse Hall. Another length and a half back. Change the Model, who's followed there by Felicia of Sullivan, and the early trailer is One More and Kick 'em Out. The opening quarter, 30-3. Single file alignment as they trot up the backside, head down toward the half-mile pole. Kyle Houston teaming up here, and he's got Twin Cedars Riley continuing to pave the way. Very content with that two-hole trip is Instructor Bob. Still on hold, double bonsai for Seekman. A length away from there. That's a Jesse Hall going along in fourth as they approach the half. There's no change in the racing order. Heading toward the far turn. That is Twin Cedars Riley. That lead now a length and a half. Instructor Bob still on hold in a second. And now to the outside end moving up. That is Jesse Hall. They're along the inside and racing in fourth. Double bonsai. Gapped about two. That is Change the Model along the inside. Racing next is Felicia Sullivan. And one more and Kick 'em Out still trails the half reach 102-4. And got a breather there on a break in the turn. Went Jesse Hall. Jesse Hall jumped it off in the turn. They're past three quarters. And that is Twin Cedars Riley with the lead. Instructor Bob's got a perfect two-hole trip. Three quarters, 132, swinging out of the turn and headed for home. Instructor Bob now, braving up out of that pocket trip, has taken the lead. And here comes one more and kick him out, coming on very strongly. One more and kick him out. Grummel again. Will it be? Yes! One more and kick him out. Gets the job done over Instructor Bob. Double bonsai got up for the show dough. Then it was back there to Twin Cedars Riley, and it looks like Change the Model got the nickel in fifth, but it was one more and kick him out. There's another winner coming from worst to first. Winning time here, Grummel with a pair today to a 1-1. Congratulations to the winner of race 6-6 with Clay Simpson, and one more and kick him out. One more and kick him out now. A winner, four-time winner in 8 career starts. He's a 2-year-old bay gelding by International Money out of a Lucky Chucky mare, Martini Lindy. One more and kick him out was bred by Great Horse of Massachusetts. One more and kick him out is owned by Stephen Maddox along with Clay Simpson. Winning trainer driver, Clay Simpson. The official placings from race 6, Instructor Bob second, Twin Cedars Riley fourth, Jesse Hall wound up 7th, Change the Model finished 5th, Felicia Sullivan 6th. One more and kick him out was your race winner. Double Bonsai finished 3rd. Recheck top down 2, 4, 7, 5, 6, 1, and 3 on the bottom. Here's the fractions from race 6. Opening quarter 30-3. The half in 102-4. 3 quarters 132. Winning time today for one more and kick him out and Clay Simpson 201-1. All right, Barney, bring him out for race 7. We're going back to the pace for 2-year-old pacing fillies. You can bring them out. Race 7 is up next. We do have a scratch in this upcoming 7th race. Scratch Personal, number 6, Super Sage. The 6, Super Sage, scratch Personal. Also note a driver change on number 1, Miss Sunshine Lady. Make that driver Travis Seekman. Miss Sunshine Lady. Barn area, we're ready. Bring them out. Race 7. The 7th race is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses abate their way onto the racetrack now for the 7th race. Pacing 2-year-old the filly, scratch number 6, Super Sage Personal. Left with a half a dozen here, including the 1, Miss Sunshine Lady. Owned and trained by Pravi Maxwell. Note the driver change today to Travis Seekman. Travis Seekman now drives 1, Miss Sunshine Lady. The 2 is Smiley Racer, owned by Trails to Nature, trained by Phil Cotton, and Matt Avanetti does the driving. 3, League of Her Own, 1 of 2 from the Tom Simmons barn. League of Her Own is owned by Benita Simmons, trained by Tom Simmons, and Jeremy Bobbitt will catch drive. 4, Illini Deceptive, races for the University of Illinois, trained and driven by Kyle Houston. 5 is Illini Fort KK, owned by Rochelle Graham, trained by Roshan Trigg, Corderia Stewart between the wheels. Scratch the 6, Super Sage. Rounding out the field, the 7 is Apple Patootie, the 2nd of the Tom Simmons trainees. This one also owned by Benita Simmons and trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard will do the driving. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 6, Super Sage, we're scratched down to a half a dozen 2-year-old pacing fillies, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 7, race time. There they go, often pacing Miss Sunshine Lady from along the rail up on the far outside now, moving up Illini Fort KK as they corner into that turn. A Smile Eraser got away 3rd at the rail, back in 4th, League of Her Own, followed in 5th there by Illini Deceptive. The early trailers, Apple Patootie, a half a dozen midway into that first turn, headed to the quarter pole, and now taking over the lead, that's Illini Fort KK with the early lead. Yielding for that 2-hole ride now is the Kentucky Invader, Miss Sunshine Lady, 1 from there. That's Smile Eraser going along in 3rd. They're past the quarter. The back 3, League of Her Own, followed by Illini Deceptive. Apple Patootie can still trails about 7 from the lead. The opening quarter, definitely not much of a hurry here. 31-4 and not content with the tempo. Travis Seekman now picking up the drive today, and Miss Sunshine Lady going to take over here before the half-mile mark. So Miss Sunshine Lady now is going to pave the way into the far turn. That lead is almost 2. 2. Back in second, that's Illini for KK. A length and a half. Smile Eraser still in third. Right there under a tight line in a fourth. That is then League of Her Own looking a little anxious. Back in fifth there, Illini Deceptive. The trailers, Apple Patootie. Past the half, that was reached in 103 and 4. 32 flat second quarter. There should be plenty of tempo left in here. They're midway through that turn. Miss Sunshine Lady now going to be put to the test. League of Her Own and Bobbitt did come first up. Looking to pick up the cover now up on the outside there, trying to move into it. Illini Deceptive. Tucked up along the inside is Illini for KK. They're past three quarters. 133 and 3. Spinning out of the turn and kicking for home. Up on the outside now, driving into the lead. That's a League of Her Own. Trying to fight back on the inside there, Miss Sunshine Lady. And now Cordelia Stewart's got open road. And here comes Illini for KK with a brush and a crush. Illini for KK is gonna win it. Photo for second here. It was either coming back on a little bit, Miss Sunshine Lady or League of Her Own. Looks like Illini Deceptive was fourth. Finishing fifth will be Smile Eraser. Illini for KK. Winning time here. How about 2:01? The winner of race 7, number 5, Illini for KK, a 2-year-old bay filly, a daughter of Fort Knox, out of the richest Hanover mare, Fox Valley. The racing career for Illini for KK, with now 4 wins and 3 runner-up finishes, 7 lifetime starts. Illini for KK. The official scenes from Sunshine Lake 1st, round up 3rd. Illini 7 is 4th. Illini for KK, your race winner. Scratch Personal, the 6th, Super Sage. Apple Patootie 6th. Check top down 2, 5, 3, 4, 1. Scratch 6 on the bottom. The fractions 31 and 4. Half 103 and 4. 3/4 time was 133 and 1. And the winning time today for Illini Ford KK 2:01. All right, Barnary reaching the halfway point of the day. Race 8. The 8th race is up next. Barnary, you can bring them out. Race 8 up next. Horses coming out of the track now for race 8. Maiden fillies and mares lining up in here. A field of 8 include the 1 Bluebird Bella, owned by Carla Santos, trained by Alexander Conte, driven by Jordan Patton. 2 Restless Angel, owned by Ernest Sork, along with Sean and Noreen Nessa. Sean Nessa trains. Isaac Love will catch drive. 3 Stormy Empire, 1 of 2 from the Nick Prather barn. Stormy Empire is owned by Michael Perrin, trained by Nick Prather. Travis Seekman gets the assignment. 4 is Some Red Hot Star, owned by Brendan Potts, trained and driven by Steve Halford. 5 May Pearl, owned by Sarah Potts, trained by Steve Searle. 1 Franco between the wheels. 6 is See You Somewhere, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul. Jerry Hansen's a trainer. Cordelia Stewart looks for a triple. The 7 is For the Ladies' Man, owned by Nelson Wade Jr., trained by Roshan Trigg, Jaquavian Carter in the bike. And rounding out the field, the 2nd of the Nick Prather trainees, the 8 is Imperfect Circle, owned by the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather. Wyatt Avenetti in the driver's seat. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8 maiden fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 8, post time. There they go. Often pacing, Some Red Hot Star from the center of the racetrack is gunning for that early lead. Hustling up along the inside. Now comes a Bluebird Bella as they corner into that turn. That is Restless Angel, who got away racing in 3rd. They're racing midway into that turn and getting away 4th. That's a May Pearl on the outside. Now looking to drop in is See You Somewhere. Then it's back there along the inside, racing next. That's a Stormy Ladies. That is up the this one. That's Hot Star. Looking to angle to the outside and now looks to get over Rod. See You Somewhere. Minute and 30 and 2 quarter. They're bunched up here midway through the final turn. And along the inside, it's Bluebird Bella. Jordan Patton holding a short lead. Up on the line at the first, driving Restless Angel. On the end, we go right now. That is Some Red Hot Star. After 3 quarters, May Pearl is in. And now swinging right. See You Somewhere. 3 quarters, 29 and 3. And he won a 4-5 shot here. Midway down the lane now, driving on the lead. That is a Bluebird Bella. Her grandstand side comes See You Somewhere. And now scooting up along the rail. Here comes Halford and Some Red Hot Star. Deep stretch. Tight on the line. Some Red Hot Star. Or that was Bluebird Bella in the photo. And then it was back there to Restless Angel, followed by See You Somewhere. And then maybe Imperfect Circle late for 5th. But there's a photo on the front end for sure. Was it Some Red Hot Star or was it Bluebird Bella? Let the picture tell us. Winning time here, 1:58. In the photo, it was the 4, Some Red Hot Star, getting in front at the wire over the 1, Bluebird Bella. The 4, Some Red Hot Star, wins the photo. The winner of race 8, number 4, Some Red Hot Star. A 3-year-old bay filly by Some Star Somewhere. Out of the Rich's Hanover mare, Red Hot and Rich. Start number 10 is the winning one for Some Red Hot Star with the initial victory here. 10th lifetime start for Some Red Hot Star, who was bred by another winner today from the breeders, the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois. Some Red Hot Star is owned by Brendan Potts of Springfield. Nicely trained and driven to victory, riding the rail by Steve Halford. Winning time of 1:58 flat. That's going to establish a life mark for Some Red Hot Star. Here's the official placings from race 8. Bluebird Bella 2nd. Restless Angel 3rd. Stormy Empire wound up 5th. Some Red Hot Star, your race winner. May Pearl finished 6th. See You Somewhere wound up 4th. For the Lady Z-Man 7th. Imperfect Circle was 8th. Recheck top down 2, 3, 5, 1, 6, 4, 7, and 8 on the bottom. Fractions were 30 seconds flat. Quarters 1:29 and 3. Establishing a life mark with the victory today. Some Red Hot Stars. Mark 1:58. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 9. Continuing with 2-year-old pacing fillies, ICF fillies here lining up in race 9. Bring them out, barn area. Race 9 is up next. Penny White, Kevin Miller trains, Wyatt Avanetti steers. 4, Incredible Coquette, owned by Carlos Santos and Elisa Rodriguez. Alexander Conte trains, and Travis Seekman's in the bike. 5, Fox Valley Aruba, owned by the Irv Miller stable, Georgia Gomez, and the Engel stables of Illinois, along with Andy Willinger. Irv Miller trains, Corderia Stewart, looking for another winner. And the 6 is Calico Sunset, owned and trained by Leroy Hunt. Matt Avanetti does the driving. Starter Roy Finn has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 6 ICF 2-year-old pacing fillies, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin. Race 9, race time. There they go. Often pacing Fox Valley Tamara from along the rail. A Fox Valley Mai Tai alongside, and now Incredible Coquette hustles up on the outside as they race on into the turn. A Fox Valley Tamara from along the rail with the early lead, driving up on the outside. That is Incredible Coquette, who looks now to slip into the 2-hole in front of Fox Valley Mai Tai, who got away third. A gap to about 2, Fox Valley Barbie. Another gap of 2 to Fox Valley Aruba. The one who can see them all is Calico Sunset. They're past the quarter and heading up the backside, and leading the way here, Casey Leonard teaming up with Fox Valley Tamara on the motor. A 2-hole ride for Incredible Coquette. Still on hold there in third is Fox Valley Mai Tai. That opening quarter sensible, 28-3. There's a gap of 2 lengths there. Back to Fox Valley Barbie in fourth, 4 off the lead. Fox Valley Aruba still situated in fifth, and Calico Sunset is still the trailer. Heading just past the half right now, and Fox Valley Tamara is dictating terms here today, leading the way. Content with that 2-hole ride, Incredible Coquette. No one yet to make a move. In third, Fox Valley Mai Tai. Now to the outside comes a Fox Valley Aruba, staying at the rail in the fifth there. That's a Fox Valley Barbie. They went by the half, 59 seconds flat, 30-2 in that second second panel. They're midway into the turn, headed to the 3/4, and Fox Valley Tamara is looking to give them the slip here. That lead is almost two. Right there in second, though, is Incredible Coquette. Seekman's enjoyed that perfect pocket trip. 3/4 time came up, 1:28 flat, 29 flat, 3rd quarter as they kick for home. That is on the inside, Fox Valley Tamara, but here alongside, now comes Seekman and Incredible Coquette motoring up on the outside. Lay rally from Fox Valley Mai Tai and Fox Valley Aruba, but it will be your winner, Incredible Coquette. Fox Valley Aruba second, close for third here. It might have been Fox Valley Mai Tai or Fox Valley Tamara, and then to the outside, Calico Sunset is in that 3-horse photo for third. Winning time here, Incredible Coquette. Final time, 1:56 and 3. The winner of race 9, number 4, Incredible Coquette, a 2-year-old brown filly, a daughter of Jet Airway from a Riches Hanover mare, Fox Valley, Brianna. Here's the 6th win in 10 starts and now 3 in a row, a Springfield Quoin trifecta for Incredible Coquette, bred by Ellie Yoder of Missouri. Incredible Coquette is owned by Carla Santos along with Elisa Rodriguez. Incredible Coquette winning trainer Alexander Conte, driven to victory. Here's a double on the day for driver Travis Seekman. The official placings from race 9, Fox Valley Tamara 4th, Fox Valley Mai Tai 3rd, Fox Valley Barbie 6th, Incredible Coquette, your race winner. Fox Valley Aruba 2nd, Calico Sunset 5th. Recheck, top down, 4, 3, 6, 1, 2, and 5 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 and 3, the half 59 flat. 3/4, 128, and the winning time today for Incredible Coquette, 3 ticks off the life mark, 156 and 3. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 10. Race 10 is up next, maiden fillies and mares. Field of 8 coming up. Bring them out. Race 10 up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate. We've changed the way the business works.
Horses on the track now for the 10th race. Maiden fillies and mares lining up a full field of 8 in here. They include the one, Don't Touch My Moose, owned by Alan Beals, trained by Gary Rath. Juan Franco will handle the lines. The 2 horses, Searching for My Soul, a corrected owner line here, owned by Dave Lane and Wyatt Avenatti of Crispin, Illinois, trained by Dave Avenatti. Wyatt Avenatti will drive. 3 is Fox Valley Arriba, owned by the Smiths, Paula, Lucas, and Joel. Amanda Van Winkle trains. Travis Seekman in the bike. 4, River Girl, owned, trained, and reined by Steve Halford. The 5 horse is Gorgeous Stella, owned by William Weinberger. Alan Finn trains and drives. 6, Rusted BB, first-time starter, owned by the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather. Connor Prather does the driving. 7 is Tulip at the Beach, owned by David Brown. Jim Eaton trains. Casey Leonard aboard. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Midnight Practice, owned by Stephen Malakowski. Donna Holt trains. Kelsey Perrymont between the wheels. Starters called for the horses to line up. Once again, starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 maiden, fillies, and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 10. Race time. There they go. Off and pacing off to a good start here. A host of believers in here, but as they corner into that first turn toward the inside, searching for my soul. Up on the far outside comes Rusted BB. Also on the very far outside, continuing on, is Tulip at the Beach. There along the inside, Don't Touch My Moose has gotten away in a fourth, and then a length and a half to Foxy Valley Arriba, followed by a River Girl, and then it's back to Midnight Practice, the early trailer, a Gorgeous Stella, as they approach the opening quarter. That is Rusted BB who got the early lead, but now going to yield for that two-hole trip. Tulip at the Beach, parked to the quarter, and just a touch more, has just cleared into that lead. Back in third is Searching for My Soul. One from there, Don't Touch My Moose. Opening quarter, 29-2. The field heading toward the half-mile mark, and Casey Leonard's teaming up with Tulip at the Beach, looking to break the maiden today. Lifetime start number 19 for this one in the two-hole trip. Rusted BB. Up on the outside now, Don't Touch My Moose and Juan Franco are underway. There along the inside is Searching for My Soul, and now it's a second override for Fox Valley Arriba. The half in 59-1, racing into the far turn, and we've got a new leader midway into that turn. That new leader now is Don't Touch My Moose, has kicked out to a two-length lead. Up on the outside now, Fox Valley Arriba's into second. Tulip at the Beach has called it a day. Up on the outside, trying to make up a little more ground now. That's a River Girl, and out three wide there that is then Rusted BB. Three-quarter time is coming up here at 128 flat, and it is a Don't Touch My Move. Looking for that lead, has got it by about three here. No one really making any move here. On the outside, River Girl, to the inside, Fox Valley Reba, and then Rusted BB. But moving away, it is Don't Touch My Moves. Don't Touch My Moves wins it. It might have been Fox Valley Reba up for second. Going to be very tight then between Rusted BB, River Girl, and also there was Midnight Practice maybe for the nickel. Don't Touch My Moose, 156-2. Race 10 winner, number 1, Don't Touch My Moose. Don't Touch My Moose, a 2-year-old bay filly, a daughter of Time to Roll, from the Sportsmaster mare, Fox Valley Touche. The 7th start, Lucky 7, is a winning one for Don't Touch My Moose. It's another winner for the breeders, the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois. Don't Touch My Moose is owned by Alan Beals of the Hoffman Estates of Illinois. Second win on the day, and for the trainer-driver combination here, a double for trainer Gary Rath and a driving double for driver Juan Franco. Winning time 156-2 will establish a life mark for Don't Touch My Moose. Here's the official placings from race 10. Don't Touch My Moose, your race winner. Searching for My Soul, 6th. Fox Valley Arriba, 2nd. River Girl wound up with the show dough. Gorgeous Stella finished 7th. Rusted BB, 4th. Tulip at the Beach finished 8th. Midnight Practice was 5th. Recheck, top down, 1, 6, 2, 3, 7, 4, 8, and 5 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 29-2. The half in 59-1. Three-quarter time, 128. Establishing a life mark with a victory today. Don't Touch My Moose, 156-2. All right, we're switching gears. We're moving over to the trot now for race 11. Barn area, you can bring them out. Race 11, the 11th race, Condition Trotters, up next. Trotters have made their way onto the racetrack now for race 11. Conditioned trotters lining up here. A field of 7 that include the 1 Heath Bar, owned by Ron Phillips, Sherry Bolovich, along with Lyle Lip. Jamaica Patent Trains. Note a driver change today to Jeremy Bobbitt. Jeremy Bobbitt drives the 1 Heath Bar. 2, Shady Maple Bow, owned by Leo Grummel, Dr. Patrick Graham, and the ECS Racing LLC. Kirk Grummel trains and reigns. 3 is Stand By Your Man, owned by Mike Brink, along with Mark Brown, Jeff Clausen, and Robert Lacey. Mike Brink trains, 1 of 2 for him in here. This one will be handled by Casey Leonard. 4, Toughest of the Tough, leased by Carla Santos, Alexander Conte trains, Jordan Patton between the wheels. The 5 is Alluring, the second of the Mike Brink trainees. This one owned by Mike Brink, along with the Frontier Farms. Mike Brink trains, Corderia Stewart aboard. 6, Lose Amazon, owned by the Flacco family farms, trained by Steve Searle. Travis Seekman handles the lines. And rounding out the field of 7, Jimmy Jackpot, owned by Glenn Bowman, along with Benita Simmons. Tom Simmons trains, Kyle Houston will drive. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7 conditioned trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin. Race 11. Race time. There they go. Often trotting in from the inside. Heath Bar's going for the lead. Alongside now, driving up here into the inside comes Toughest of the Tough. Continuing on the outside, Alluring, and also out there looking for a spot. That's Lose Amazon. So they're rounding the turn, and with the rail advantage, Jeremy Bobbitt and Heath Bar on the front end here, leading a length and a half. Alluring has come away with the pocket trip. Going along, racing in the third. That is the Toughest of the Tough as they approach the opening quarter. They're back in fourth. That's a Lose Amazon. A length and a half then back to Jimmy Jackpot, followed there. That is racing next, Shady Maple Bow, the one who can see them all. That is Stand By Your Man. Up the backstretch they go after an opening quarter, trotted in 29-3. They're in single file formation before the half, and Jeremy Bobbitt calling the shots today. Heath Bar dictating terms right now. A 2-hole trip here for Alluring, and now there's action in the backfield. The one to come first up, that is on the outside, Lose Amazon. Staying along the inside, racing in the fourth now. That is back there too, Toughest of the Tough. They're past the half, 59-3, 30 flat. Second quarter, into that turn they go. And Heath Bar, it looks comfortable right now with that lead, a length and a half. Up on the outside, trying to close that gap. Now comes Lose Amazon. Jimmy Jackpot is in the hunt now. He's only 2.5 off the lead. On a break there went Alluring. They're past 3 quarters. That 3-quarter time comes up 1:28-1. Out of the turn and kicking for home. Here is with the lead. That is Heath Bar. That lead is 2.5. Grummel is on the move here with Shady Maple Bow under an all-out drive, but he needs a little more to get there. But it is Heath Bar who's come to trot today. It is Heath Bar in front. Finishing a second was Shady Maple Bow. Looks like Lou's Amazon got third, then Jimmy Jackpot, and finishing fifth will be Toughest of the Tough. Winning time here, 1:56 flat, coast to coast, Heath Bar. Race 11 winner going coast to coast, number 1, Heath Bar. Heath Bar is an 8-year-old bay gelding by Psychic Spirit from a chocolatier mare, Milky Way. After 3 consecutive runner-up finishes, gets the lion's share today. It's win number 2 on the year and 23 lifetime victories for Heath Bar. Heath Bar, bred and co-owned by Ron Phillips along with Sherry Boldovich and Lyle Lip. Winning trainer Jamaica Patton, picking up the winning drive, driven to victory by Jeremy Bobbitt. Here's the official placings from the 11th. Heath Bar, your race winner, and Shady Maple Bow, second. Stand By Your Man wound up 6th. Toughest of the Tough, 5th. Alluring wound up 7th. Lou's Amazon finished 3rd. Jimmy Jackpot, 4th. Recheck, top down, 1, 2, 6, 5, 7, 3, and 4 on the bottom. The fractions were 29 and 3. The half mile time, 59 and 3. 3/4 in 1:28 and 1. Winning time today for Heath Bar, 1:56. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 12. We're going to stay on the trot here with conditioned trotters. Race 12, barn area, the 12th race is up next. Just a quick note to everyone, don't forget that the harness racing scene will move to Springfield, Illinois next week, Thursday and Friday. Thursday and Friday, scheduled post times are 12 o'clock. That's next Thursday and Friday. Plus the following week will also be in Springfield on Thursday and Friday with a 12 o'clock start. Also, a special thanks once again to the IHHA for sponsoring our live streaming races. They are put on by Trot and Pace Marketing. Thank you for them. Also, a special thanks to the track and grounds crew here in Quoin for playing host to our races here this past couple of days, and they've done a great job of working on the track as well. Also, a special thanks to the one who makes it all happen, Tina Schrock. Thank you, Tina. Horses have made their way onto the track now for race 12. Condition trotters lining up in here. Let's meet the field of one. Loseraptor, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, trained by Jill Brown. Chris Brown will drive. The 2 is Tank Me to Dennyland, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner. Travis Siekman looks for a 3rd winner today. 3, Diesel Tornado, owned by Kyle Wolfong, along with Kurt Grummel, who also trains and drives. The 4, DeJoma, owned by Lonnie Keith, trained by Cornelius Cabot, Jordan Patton in the bike. The 5 horses, Hopes of Davie, leased by LaQuentin Shavers, Roshan Trigg trains, Casey Leonard catch drives. 6 is Gritty Gator, owned by Shelley Steele, along with Jim Gilbert, Jerry Hansen's the trainer, Cordarius Stewart the pilot. And rounding out the field of 7, True Fortune, owned by Milton Greer, Leroy Hunt trains, Matt Avanetti between the wheels. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 conditioned trotters all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 12, post time. There they go. Often trotting off to a good start here. Loseraptor along the rail, getting pushed out of there. Alongside now comes, that is to the outside of that one, Tank Me to Dennyland. Those 2 vie for the early lead. Up on the outside, DeJoma looking to drive on her, will take that seat in the 3-hole, and it looks like it'll take that seat in the 3-hole. Racing back in for it, that's a Diesel Tornado, who's followed then by Hopes Davie. A length and a half to Gritty Gator, the early trailer, True Fortune. Approaching that opening quarter, they've just passed the opening quarter, and with the lead here, that's Travis Siekman guiding Tank Me to Dennyland on the motor. That lead is almost 2. Loseraptor content with a 2-hole. Going along in 3rd, that's DeJoma. A Diesel Tornado with Kurt Grummel going along in 4th. Sitting in 5th, that's Hopes Davie. First quarter came up in 29 seconds flat. Now in the backfield, up on the move to the outside, True Fortune has just moved into 6th. 7th, Gritty Gator. As they approach the half, it is still Tank Me to Dennyland with the lead, but now coming first up on the outside, that's DeJoma, and now immediately a Diesel Tornado going to pick up the live cover in a 2nd over toe. Locked in, nowhere to go right now for Loseraptor. The top 4 have paired up. A length and a half away to Hopes Davie, who's racing next. The half reach 59 3. They're midway through the far turn, and from the outside now, DeJoma has taken over. Tank Me to Dennyland gave up the lead. Up on the outside now, here comes Diesel Tornado. Tornado winding it up. The Loser Raptor trying to get loose, but as they come out of that turn and head for home, 3/4, 1:27.3, and Diesel Tornado drifting out, but has that lead. Back along the inside, trying to drive on. There is DeJoma on the outside, though, on a break here. Got funky gated. Jumping it off is off stride Diesel Tornado. So now that will be Diesel Tornado got back on, maybe to get the job done. Over DeJoma's in that photo. So is Tank Me to Dennyland. And then it's Loser Raptor and True Fortune. We'll see what happens here, but maybe Diesel Tornado recovered enough to get it done. Winning time coming up here. How about 1:57? In the photo, it was the 3 Diesel Tornado, who complied with all of the braking rule violations and did get up just in time to win it. Diesel Tornado's a 3-year-old bay gelding by New Jersey Viking out of the Dewey Cheatham and Howe mare Chantilly Hall. I think I've heard this before, but that's 2 wins on the day for trainer driver Kurt Grummel. It's win number 2 in 5 career starts. Diesel Tornado was bred by Ken and Jana Rucker of Maryland and Wisconsin. Diesel Tornadoes owned by Kyle Wilfong and Kurt Grummel. Once again, that's a pair on the day for trainer driver Kurt Grummel. Note the time, 1:57 flat. That's a brand new life mark for Diesel Tornado. Here's the official placings from race 12. Loser Raptor finished 4th. Tank Me to Dennyland 3rd. Diesel Tornado, your race winner. DeJoma finished 2nd. Hopes to be 6th. Gritty Gator 7th. True Fortune wound up 5th. Recheck top down 4, 3, 1, 2, 6, 7, and 5 on the bottom. The fractions 29 flat, half 59 and 3. 3/4 and 1:27 and 3. Once again, this is a new life best For Diesel Tornado and a pair for trainer driver Kurt Grummel, 157. All right, partner, you can bring them out for race 13. Getting a little closer, you can bring them out. Race 13 is up next. Once again, condition trotters coming up in the 13th. We do have a driver change on the 6, Fox Valley Jesse. Make that driver Jeremy Bobbitt scratch due to transportation, the 8 Noble Prize. Scratch the 8 Noble Prize out of the race 13.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses coming onto the track now for race 13. Condition trotters lining up in here. Scratch the 8 Noble Prize due to transport. We've got a field of 7 now. They include the 1 Call Me Maybe, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner. Travis Seekman will drive. 2 Deacon David, owned by Ernest Sork along with Sean and Noreen Nessa. Sean Nessa trains and Isaac Love is aboard. 3 Rain and Shine, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes. Carol Hayes trains. Cordelia Stewart in the driver's seat. The 4 is This Bro's Got Mojo, owned by Michael Luthi, trained by Trenton Watson. In the bike, Ray Gash. The 5 Rock Party, owned by the Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp. Juan Franco handles the lines. 6 is Fox Valley Jesse, owned by Stanley Boldovich, along with Jordan Patton and El Allhands. The Jamaica Patton trains. Note the driver change here to Jeremy Bobbitt. Jeremy Bobbitt on the 6, Fox Valley Jesse. And rounding out the field of 7 is Fox Valley Quest, trained by Jill Brown, owned and driven by Chris Brown. Once again, scratch number 8, Noble Prize. Starters called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 8 Noble Prize scratched down now to a field of 7 conditioned trotters, all on gate. It's Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 13. Race time. There they go. Often trotting here toward the inside. And that's a Call Me Maybe, gunning for that early lead right alongside Deacon David. And 3 wide here on the outside. That's a Rain and Shine. So those 3 vie for the early lead. A Rock Party left, but no hole right now. They're midway into that turn. And from the outside now, Deacon David gets the early lead. Continuing up on the outside, Cordelia Stewart. That's Rain and Shine. Parked out. Rock Party there is continue advance for Juan Franco. And now after sitting second and getting shuffled back to 4th, that's a Call Me Maybe. 1 from there, that's This Bro's Got Mojo. 1 from there, then that's Fox Valley Jesse, and then a Fox Valley Quest. Opening quarter, 29-4. The field heading down the backside and leading the parade here. That's now Juan Franco, who's in search of a 3rd winner today. And Rock Party all of a sudden has extended that lead to 3. It's a Rain and Shine, second best right now. 1 from there, that's a Deacon David. Going along in 4th is Call Me Maybe, about 6 off the lead. And then it's back to This Bro's Got a Mojo. On the outside of that one comes the Fox Valleys, Fox Valley Jesse, and Fox Valley Quest. They went by the half, 58-2, as they trot on into that far turn. It is still Rock Party holding a 3-length advantage. That's Rain and Shine, the closest pursuer right now. Not a whole lot happening in the backfield yet. They're along the inside in the 3rd. That is Deacon David into the outside racing next. that is out the other racing next. That is Fox Valley Jesse. They went by 3/4. How about 127 and 4? Down the lane they come. Driving on the lead here, trying to take it all the way. That's a Rock Party driving. Rain and Shine and Cordelia Stewart trying to gun this one down. It is Rain and Shine coming on. Rock Party trying to find a little more. On the outside, a battle to the wire. Rain and Shine gonna get there and beat Rock Party. And then about 8 lengths back, that was Fox Valley Jesse. And then racing next was Deacon David. Might be Call Me Maybe getting 5th. In over, that was This Bros. It got Mojo, but a good battle there. But coming out ahead, it was Rain and Shine. 156 and 3. Good stretch of battle, but it is the 3, Rain and Shine, your winner of race 13 today. Rain and Shine, an 8-year-old bay mare by Cassius out of the Fort Apache Hanover mare, Faith and Trust. It's win number 3 in 9 seasonal starts, and now 23 lifetime victories for the homebred Rain and Shine. Rain and Shine, bred and owned by Carol and Diane Hayes of Illinois. Winning trainer Carol Hayes, winning driver, a hat trick on the day, a triple for driver Cordelia Stewart. Here's how they finish in race 13. Call Me Maybe 5th, Deacon David 4th. Rain and Shine, your race winner. This Bros got Mojo 6th. Rock Party wound up 2nd. Fox Valley Jesse, the show doe. Fox Valley Quest did not finish. Scratch, Noble Prize, Transport. Rechecking top down, 5, 4, 1, 6, 2, 3, DNF, and scratch on the bottom. Fractions, 29 and 4, half 58 and 2. 3/4 and 127 and 4. And the winning time today for Rain and Shine, 156 and 3. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 14. 3 to go today. Race 14, we're on the trot. High condition trotters coming up in here. Race 14, you can bring them out. Horses on the track now for race 14. Conditioned trotters lining up in here. Field of 8 to go postward. They include the 1, Mood Hadib, owned by Jamaica Patton, along with Gary Achenbach. Jamaica Patton trains. Note the driver change here to Jeremy Bobbitt. Jeremy Bobbitt now drives the 1, Mood Hadib. 2 is Foxivelli Luger, owned and trained by John Smith. Travis Seekman gets the call. 3, Deja Frau, owned by Lonnie Keith. Cornelius Cavett trains and drives. 4, DJ's Midnight, owned by Shelley Steele, along with the Lily Racing Stable and Jerry Hansen, who also trains. Corderia Stewart in the bike. 5, Lou of I, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, along with Steve Searle and Brian Code. Steve Searle trains. Juan Franco gets the call. 6 is Battleshoe Honey, owned and trained by Clay Simpson. Wyatt Avenetti will catch drive. 7, Gladiator, owned by Ann Schneider and Benita Simmons. Tom Simmons trains. Casey Leonard, the pilot. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Oh, What's She Name, owned and trained by Roshan Trigg. Jaquavian Carter between the wheels. Starters called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 conditioned trotters, all on K. Suburban Downs at Quoin. Race 14, race time. There we go. Often trotting except for the 4. DJ's Midnight made a break well before the start as they drive into the first turn from the outside. Lou of I hustled out of there by Franco to get the early lead, and on a break in the turn now went Deja Frau, jumped it off. So they're midway into the turn, and Lou of I sprinting out to the early lead. Mood Hadib has come away with the 2-hole, a length and a half back. Fox Valley Lugar looking it over from third. There's a gap of about 4 lengths now. That's a Battleshoe Honey racing next as they head up the backside past that opening quarter. The back markers are well strung out, followed there then by Gladiator. It's another 5 to Oh, What's She Name, and then of course another couple of breakers there. That's DJ's Midnight and Deja Frau. First quarter 29-1 as the field heads toward the half-a-mile mark. Leading the party here today, that's a Juan Franco looking for a third winner, and he's got Lou of I on the motor. Right there tracking the leader, Bobbitt and Mood Hadib sitting back in third. That is a Seekman. He's looking for 3 winners today. He's got Fox Valley Lugar in contention there in the third. That's Battle Shoe Honey fourth, 4 from the lead. They're past the half, 59-4, trotting into that far turn. Lou of I just missed last time out, looking to get it done today. That leads a length and a half. Bobbitt could be the danger in the pocket trip. That's a Mood Hadib lurking. A length and a half back, racing in third. That is a Fox Valley Lugar. Nothing happening in the backfield here. Another gap of 2 to Battle Shoe Honey, and then Gladiator. They're past 3/4. They're coming to the top of the lane. 3/4, 129-2. Midway down the lane now. It is with the lead. Lou of I holding that lead by 2 here on the grandstand side, trying to close now. On the very far outside, moving up, that's a Gladiator on a breakdown on the inside. Went to Fox Valley Lugar, but in deep stretch, how about Franco and a triple? Lou of I. Lou of I going to take it all the way to win it. Gladiator going to be second best today. Mood Hadib finished third, then Battle Shoe Honey, and then it was back to Deja Frau. Winning time is coming up here, but it is Juan Franco and Lou of I. Winning time, 1:59.3. The winner of race 14, going coast to coast, number 5, Lou of I. Lou of I is a 3-year-old bay filly by Lou's Legacy. Out of the SJ's Caviar Mare, Exuberance, Hanover. It's the first win of the season and 3rd lifetime victory for Lou of I. Lou of I is a homebred, bred and owned by the Flacco family farms, Steve Searle and Brian Code. Winning trainer, Steve Searle. Winning driver, that's a hat trick on the afternoon, a triple for driver Juan Franco. Note the time by 10 full seconds. That's a brand new life mark for Lou of I, 1:59.3. Here's the official placings from race 14. Mood Hadib 3rd, Fox Valley Lugar 6th, Deja Frau wound up 8th. DJ's Midnight got the nickel. Lou of I, your race winner. Battle Shoe Honey finished 4th. Gladiator 2nd. Owashi Name 7th. Recheck top down 3, 6, 8. 5, 1, 4, 2, and 7 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 29-1. The half, 59-4. 3/4 in 129-2. Once again, this is a new life best for Lou of I, 159-3. All right, barn area, just 2 to go. You can bring them out for race 15. We're going back to the pace for conditioned fillies and mares. Bring them out. Race 15 up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 15th race. We've got a field of 8 pacers lining up in here. These are conditioned fillies and mares. They include the 1 Rockin' Faye, owned and trained by Wayne Brown, and Cordarius Stewart will drive. The 2, That's the Cachet, owned by Tom Longener, little Jamaica patent trains. Note the driver change here to Juan Franco. Juan Franco drives now the 2, That's Cachet, and he's looking for his 4th winner today. 3, Fox Valley Showgal, owned by Carlos Santos, Alexander Conte trains, Jordan Patton between the wheels. 4, Jimmy Lai, owned by the Blackfoot Farms, trained by Terry Leonard, Casey Leonard aboard. 5 is Ashley's Little Angel, 1 of 2 from the Roshan Trigg barn. This one's owned by the Flacco Family Farms along with Roshan Trigg. Roshan Trigg trains and Jaquavian Carter in the driver's seat. The 2nd of the Roshan Trigg trainees is the 6, Can't Stay Too Long, owned by Charles Hurst Jr. Roshan Trigg trains Jeremy Bobbitt in the bike. 7, Don't Invite Me In, owned by Orion Phillips, who also trains. Matt Avenatti drives. And completing the field, the 8 is Itty Bitty Secret, owned by Sarah Potts. Steve Searle trains. Travis Seekman will do the driving. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8 conditioned fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 15. Post time. There they go. Often pacing toward the inside, a Rockin' Faye, That's a Cachet, and now quickly Fox Valley Showgal corners into that turn. Up from the outside, Can't Stay Too Long, very far outside, Don't Invite Me In, caught 3 deep into the turn, but is continuing to drive on, and that is Don't Invite Me In, and now taking that lead and just crossed over into lead, but had to be used to get there. It's a gap of 2 lengths down to Fox Valley Showgal, who got away second. A gap of 2 to Can't Stay Too Long, another 2.5 back. That's a Rockin' Faye, who's followed there by That's a Cachet. Then a gap of 3 to Jimmy Lai. That back there, the back of 2 markers, Ashley's Little Angel and Itty Bitty Secret as they race past that opening quarter. It was 27-1. A rather quick tempo here as they head toward the half-mile mark, and that is a Don't Invite Me In. Matt Avenatti's on the gas pedal here in second. They're getting a little bit closer now. That is racing there, Fox Valley Showgal. It Can't Stay Too Long is in the hunt third, about 3 off the lead. They went by the half, how about 56 seconds flat. That's a 28-4 second quarter. Looking to bottom out the field. That is Don't Invite Me In. Maintaining that lead by 2.5. Back in a second, Fox Valley Showgal. Now Rockin' Faye's underway on the outside for Cordarius Stewart. There to the inside now, locked in, nowhere to go. Can't Stay Too Long. And now Juan Franco trying to wind it up with That's a Cachet. In with a shot, 3 lengths off the lead, 3/4, 125 flat. They're coming out of the turn and headed for home. And on the outside, here's Rockin' Fay now, taking over and moving away now into the lead. Up on the outside, that's the Cachet, has moved into second, and then a late rally from Jimmy Lai. But here's another winner on the day for Cordarius Stewart. Rockin' Fay gonna win it. Juan Franco was right there with that's a Cachet. Looks like Can't Stay Too Long might have been third. And then it was back on the outside there to Jimmy Lai, who's in a photo with Don't Invite Me In. Winning time here, it was Rockin' Fay, 154. Race 15, a winner, number 1, Rockin' Fay. Rockin' Fay coming from off the pace to win it, a 6-year-old bay mare by World of Rock and Roll. Out of an incredible finale mare, Fox Valley of Faith. How about 4 for 6 on the season, and now a winner of 4 of the last 5, and now 9 lifetime victories for Rockin' Fay. Rockin' Fay, bred, owned, and trained by Wayne Brown of Tennessee. How about a grand slam on the day? 4 winners for driver Cordarius Stewart. Also make a note of that time, 154 flat by 1 full second. That is a brand new life best for Rockin' Fay. Here's the official placings from race 15. Rockin' Fay, your race winner. That's Cachet second. Fox Valley Showgal 6th. Jimmy Lai got the nickel. Ashley's Little Angel finished 8th. Can't Stay Too Long wound up with a show dough. Don't Invite Me In finished 4th. Itty Bitty Secret 7th. Recheck top down. It's 1, 2, 6, 5, 8, 3, 4, and 7 on the bottom. Here's the fractions from race 15. Opening quarter 27 and 1. The half 56 seconds flat. 3/4 time 125. Once again, this is a new life mark for Rockin' Fay. 154 flat. All right, Barn Area, here's the 16th and final race of the afternoon, and also the final race of 2 days of action here at the Quoin. You can bring them out, Barn Area. Race 16, the finale. Condition Fillies and Mares up next. Note the driver change on the 7. Hype Your Bestie up. Jeremy Bobbitt, scratch. Personal, number 8, Arcase Swift. You can bring them out. A field of 7 to close out the day.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 16th and final race of the afternoon. We got a driver change on the 7. Hype your bestie up. Make that driver Jeremy Bobbitt scratch number 8. RK Swift scratched personal. So a field of 7 conditioned fillies and mares to close out the day. The 1 is Seaside Streaker, 1 of 2 from the Roshan Trigg barn. Seaside Streaker is owned by Charles Hurst Jr., trained by Roshan Trigg. Cordarius Stewart looking for 5 wins on the day. He's alive for 5. 2 is Resilience, owned by Casey Williams, trained by Tom Simmons and Casey Leonard in the bike. 3, Truly a Winner, owned by Kevin Miller along with Bart Seals and Wayne Moldenhauer. Kevin Miller trains, Wyatt Avanetti steers. The 2nd of the Roshan Trigg entry is the 4 RK Zatoni, owned by MM&D Racing along with Roshan Trigg, who also trains. Jaquavian Carter is aboard. 5, Minnesota Mini, races for Gary and Catherine Rath, trained and driven by Gary Rath, looking for a 3rd training victory on the day. 6, Triple Revenge, owned by DNR Racing Stable. Donna Holtz, the trainer. Kelsey Perrymon in the driver's seat. And rounding out the field, the 7 is Hype Your Bestie Up, owned by Cedric Daniels, along with Jamaica Patton, who trains. Note the driver change today to Jeremy Bobbitt. Jeremy Bobbitt now handles the lines with the 7, Hype Your Bestie Up. Scratch the 8, RK Swift, scratched personal. For the final time today, starting gate driver Stacy DeRoos, accompanied by starter Roy Finn, have called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 8, RK Swift, we're scratched down now to a field of 7. Condition fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 16, the finale, race time. There they go, often pacing Heading toward the inside, Resilience is going for that early lead. And now quickly from the far outside, Hype Your Bestie up with good early gate speed. Just crossed over and cleared into the lead. It's Hype Your Bestie now with the early lead of 2.5. Resilience has come away second best. Another gap of about 2.5. Truly a winner. Followed there by Seaside Streaker. Minnesota Mini got away in a fifth. A gap of 2 to Arcades Tony, the early trailer. That's Triple Revenge. They're well strung out here as they just passed that opening quarter. Bobbit on the chute here. He's leading it with Hype Your Bestie up. Casey Leonard looking to track that leader here with Resilience, who tightens up in the pocket. A gap of 4 there. That's truly a winner. The opening quarter came up in 27-3. So they're headed toward the half in the finale today. And it is Hype Your Bestie up. Looking to close out the day with a gate-to-wire effort. Resilience could be the danger here with a half a mile to go. Now the backfield getting a little bit closer here. That is truly a winner in third, 2.5 from the lead. It's another 2 then to Seaside Streaker. Cordarius Stewart alive for 5, 56-4, a 29-1 second quarter, but they still haven't solved the problem because it is still with that lead. Hype Your Bestie up. That lead is a length and a half. It's Resilience, the one in with a shot. 5 lengths back now to truly a winner who's coming under a drive. That is on the inside next. Seaside Streaker to the outside. Minnesota Mini. They've come to the top of the lane. They are homeward bound in the finale. And it is Hype Your Bestie up with a short lead to the outside. Resilience with Casey Leonard looking to close that gap. Midway down the lane now. Resilience putting a nose in front. Digging back in. Hype Your Bestie up. But going the best will be Resilience. And it is Resilience to close out the day for Casey Leonard. It'll be Hype Your Bestie for second. Finishing third. That's truly a winner. Fourth will be Arcades Tony. Minnesota Mini got the nickel. Casey Leonard and Resilience to close out the day. How about 153-4? The winner of race 16 to close out the day here at Quoin, it's the 2 Resilience. Resilience, a 4-year-old bay mare, a daughter of Jimmy Freight, out of a Cam Luck mare, Mia Sealster. It's the first win of the season after 8 starts this year, and now 8 lifetime victories for Resilience. Resilience is owned by Casey Williams of Biloxi, Mississippi. Trained by Tom Simmons, driven to victory by Casey Leonard. Well, here's how they finished in the finale. Seaside Streaker 6th, Resilience, your race winner. Truly a winner, finished 3rd. Arcades Tony wound up 4th. Minnesota Mini 5th. Triple Revenge was 7th. Hype Your Bestie up, finished 2nd. Scratch the 8, Arcade Swift. Recheck top down, 6-1-3. 4-5-7-2. Scratch on the bottom. Here's the fractions: 27-3, half 56-4, 3/4 124-4, and the winning time today for Resilience 153-4. Well, that's going to wrap up 2 days of harness racing action here in Quoin. On behalf of Suburban Downs, at this time we want to thank once again the IHHA for their sponsoring of live streaming. Special thanks once again to the live streaming company Trot and Pace Marketing. Very special thank you to the track crew and the grounds crew here in Quoin for all of their efforts from the past couple of days. Also a special thank you to the horsemen and women on the backside who work hard and tirelessly to get the job done these past 2 days. Also, a special thanks to everyone, harness racing officials and state officials as well, making today and yesterday a successful one. Don't forget the Illinois Harness Racing Circuit moves to Springfield next week, Thursday and Friday. They are 12 o'clock starts. On behalf of everyone, this is track announcer Rick Uppel saying thank you and good night.